This is my state, this is my team. You know what that means. This is for the black and blue that I bleed. This is for the chance to bring home that ring. But everybody gonna doubt this. So far there ain't been another way around it. We bring heat to the game each week. They just say we ain't got what it takes, we ain't bout it. Well, y'all can just keep saying that we ain't gonna make it, but at the end of the day, this will be the Panthers nation. You know, this ain't a game to us major players at every angle that you can think of. That's why you hate us. Get out the way of greatness. You can look at our faces and see the blood, sweat, and tears that it took to create this. Yeah, I know what you're thinking, but you can save it. Cause even on the darkest of days, you know we're always gonna find a way to tell them what we gonna do. We gotta
What is up? What is up? 1 second, guys. How is everybody doing today? It is another beautiful Thursday, and we are getting this thing underway. Pre-game for the Patriots versus the Panthers in Boa. Zoom chat is open. It is in both chats. The ID is 635-362-0592, and the password is Smitty89. Mind the capital letters and the 2 T's in that, so that you get it correct when you type it in. But let's get this moving, man. Let's get this started. If you like the video, if you like the stream, if you like the channel, hit that like button, hit that sub button, hit that bell, select all, leave a comment down below. If you feel like doing so, type in chat if you want to. And don't forget to check out my Keep Pounding Facebook page in all caps for in-game posts, opinions, polls, and NFL news reactions. Let's do this. All right, I have a special guest, Kenny, coming in very soon here. And also my newly Christian YouTube partner, David, coming in at 7 tonight, Eastern Standard Time. So make sure you're here for that. Let's get this popping. All right, so the latest news is hold on. My camera's like right in the way of what I'm trying to see. There we go. I don't know. There we go. My apologies, guys. So we're looking at Sam Darnold and his concussion with a right shoulder injury. Okay, so they diagnosed it correctly. They have him in concussion protocol, but it's a right shoulder injury. Limited practice on Wednesday and today. So, how is that going to play out on Friday? Excuse the hiccups. I don't know where those came from. Get out of here. All right. So we got C.J. Henderson with a shoulder injury. Full practice yesterday and today. Shaq still nursing that foot injury. Limited practice on Wednesday. Full practice on Thursday. Cameron Irving, full practice both days. Matt Paradis, full practice both days. That's a knee injury for both of them. Stephen Gilmore coming in with that quad injury, still nursing that thing. Full practice on yesterday and today. Jermaine Carter with an ankle injury, full practice yesterday and today. Stanley Thomas Oliver, limited practice on Wednesday, did not practice today with a toe injury. And Pat Eflin with a hamstring injury, full practice today. That's what we're dealing with right now. The main one I want to focus on is Sam Darnold's injury because they did finally diagnose this right on the injury list. They say concussion / right shoulder, which is correct. Um, they're just putting him through concussion protocol because of the hit. Um, but honestly, I don't think he got one. To be real, I'm not a medical expert in any way, but it just didn't look like he landed on his head in a way that would cause one. But you never know, right? You got to go through the precautions. You got to go through the protocol just to make sure. Safety measures, man. I respect it. But yeah, the right shoulder, that's what concerns me because that's his throwing shoulder, I believe, right? I think so. He's a right-handed thrower. Um, Now the other one that concerns me on this list is CJ Henderson. Out of nowhere, has a shoulder injury, but he had full practices yesterday and today. So what's going on there? Yeah, how does this man get a shoulder injury all of a sudden in practice? Again, this is practice. We're getting all these injuries. This half our injuries are coming from practice. They're not even on the field injuries. I don't get this. And we're back to this tired old escapade of what drills are we running? You know what I'm saying? Like it's the same ones uh that caused Jermaine Carter now to have an ankle injury. He didn't have that during game. I can guarantee you that. Uh, Gilmore's had the quad injury. That's not new. Paradis has had the knee injury. That's not new. You know, now all of a sudden Stanley Thomas Oliver has a toe injury. And I mean, how much of this is just freak football accident injuries, and how much of this is actually caused by the drills that we're running that we shouldn't be running? This is the third straight week I'm asking this question, which leads me to believe that we're not in a good position here. As far as that goes. And the other question is the medical staff, which I mentioned yesterday in the stream. Uh, are we diagnosing these correctly? You know what I mean? Like, I'm not even sure we are. Because, like I said, man, the last medical trainer that we had was diagnosed, was investigated by the DEA. I don't like that. Neither should any of us. Any of us. Because, you know, injuries have been our number one crippling kryptonite over the past 6 years. And I don't want to burst everybody's bubbles, but if you can't keep people on the field, how are you going to win enough games to make the playoffs? You know, every year everybody's just like, oh, we can make the playoffs with this squad. We can make the playoffs with this squad. About 5-6 weeks later, we're dealing with half a dozen injuries at least. And it's every year. Every year it's this situation. And I don't know, you know, what are we doing here? It just makes no sense. It really does make you question all both of those things. And we're going to see where that leads. But let's talk about the New England Patriots injury list. We got the ones that catch my attention right off the bat are Nick Folk, the kicker. We got let's see on this list. Wow. Let me pull this up on the screen so you guys can see this. One second. And let me move this over here. Okay. Alright, now you can see it on YouTube. So we've got 4 linebackers on that list. 3 DBs, a kicker, an offensive lineman, a tight end, and a defensive tackle. Now, we won't know how all those line up until we start looking at the Patriots depth chart. But, most of those names don't really pop out at you. Like I said, I'm going to have my man Kenny on here, and we're going to talk about those players that he thinks are the most dangerous and what they've been doing thus far. Also, I'll get into the stats once he starts naming some of these players and who he thinks is most important to focus on. And any weaknesses that he thinks that they might have. We'll talk about that too. But I'll just name off the ones that catch my attention right off the bat before he gets in here. Aguilar is probably the most dangerous wide receiver they have. He's been very, very good this year. Let's take a look at his stats real quick. He's 6 foot even, 198, 7 years in the league, 22 receptions, 335 yards, 15.2 average, and 2 touchdowns thus far this year. That's this year. Now, they've kind of been spreading the ball around to him, as you can see. He's had about 2 to 3 catches a game. Besides the Dolphins game in week 1 where he got 5 catches for 72 and a touchdown. So he kind of went off that week. I thought about looking at him for fantasy, but they're not throwing him the ball enough to get enough fantasy points for me to go hunting for him. So, he's interesting, but he's just not quite there yet, if you're looking for a fantasy wide receiver and he happens to be on the free agent list, I would tend to stay away from that, depending on what league you're in and how the point system is set up. What's up, Vietnam? How you doing, man? Welcome on in. Also welcome, Lorraine. How you doing? Shout out to y'all. Hope you're having a great day today. But yeah, 2 to 3 catches a game for this guy right here. He had a pretty good one against the Buccaneers. 3 catches for 55. 2 catches for 51 against the Jets. 3 catches against the Chargers for 60. So, Aguilar is going to be a test. He's got a lot more potential than he's showing right now in those numbers. But, we'll see. We'll see. I think if it depends on who's on him, whether he goes off or because you got Jacoby Myers on the other side. I could see Dante Jackson matching up with Aguilar. I can see that happening right now. You got Slater to worry about as well. He hasn't really had much experience yet, but give him time. He could be very, very dangerous. We'll take a look at him in just a second here. Running backs, you got Jacob Johnson. Nothing exciting there. But let's see about Slater. 14 years experience in the league, 6 foot even, 205. He's from UCLA. He hasn't done anything this year. Really, he hasn't done anything at all. We're looking at his career numbers right now, and we're seeing only 2011 where he started 3 games, had 1 catch for 46. So I mean, Slater's just not being used. So don't expect him to come in there. Um, so going to the chat right now. Our corners are enough to completely shut them down. They're going to make some tough catches, but overall, we should win the battle in the air versus them. I would agree with that. Dante's going to shut down his side of the field, that's for sure. Is CJ playing? All right. All right. So, I'm trying to get Kenny in here. I wanted him to join with mine. So, give me just a second, guys. I gotta message him real quick. Dude, come on, man. There we go. Yeah, I'm trying to get him to join the other one. All right, so one second, guys. Is CJ playing? As far as we know, he's not on any kind of IR or anything like that. He just has that shoulder injury, so he had to full practice Wednesday, Thursday. We'll see what he does tomorrow, and that'll give us a clear indication of what is going to happen with him. I would say yes, but with caution. And so we have more than enough in the secondary to give him headaches all day. I agree. Let me see. Does he need? Does he need the password and room number again? Because I'll give it to him. I hope that he plays. Yeah, I do too. I would like a more of a look at him. And to get an idea of what we're doing with him. Because right now I don't have a problem with him. I think he looks good. I think we got a lot of work to do there. Okay. Give me 1 second, guys. Okay. All right. Is it working? No. There we go. There we go. He's in. Is your audio working all right? Yeah, hit up that mic, man. There we go. All right, we got Kenny in. He's a longtime Patriots fan, and he's going to help us out with some stuff today. Your TV's a little loud, man. Oh, okay. Vietnam says the thing that gets me is our D line versus their O line. If we can get to Jones, we will win. You know, I would agree with that. I would agree with that, but you still got to deal with their defense, and their defense is really, really strong. Um, yeah, it's Kenny. It's Kenny. Um, so yeah, the defense is what's going to be the problem. We're going to be looking at that Patriots depth chart, but before we do that, let's look at the injury list. We got J.C. Jackson, Christian Barmore, Bentley, Carl Davis, Cody Davis, Kyle Duggar, Nick Folk, Hightower, Shaq Mason, John Smith, Josh Oosh. I think I pronounced that last name right. And Kyle Van Noy on the injury list. Which ones of those do you think are the most significant? Okay. He's listed with a shoulder injury. Okay. I actually agree with that. Um, Based on what I've seen from Hightower, he's a beast. And mm-hmm. All right, so I'm noticing that you're not using Matthew Slater. Is there a reason for that? Hmm. Excuse the yawn. Yeah, that's always been his mentality for years. So, um, Vietnam says, "Yeah, I know that they have a good defense, but what with our pound the rock mentality, we should be able to wear them down. As long as our defense."
But y'all gotta
Oh my
also
god,
think though,
there we go,
Mac
guys.
Jones
Sorry.
is not. Mac Jones is also not the same type of quarterback that Brady was. Mac Jones is a mobile quarterback.
Right, but my question was about the run defense. How strong is y'all's run defense right
Last
now?
time I last time I checked statistics was before the game against the Chargers last week. We was I think sixth in the league in run defense.
That sounds about right.
Yeah.
Okay,
We
good.
always
Glad
been
you can
better.
hear him.
We always been better in run defense versus pass defense.
Okay. Who would you say are the most dangerous players on your defense that we should be watching out for?
Well, Devin McCourty always. Um, he's right here, Mom.
Right.
Devin McCourty always is one of the biggest threats. I really don't have that many more players that are actually a big threat on defense minus him because Kyle Van Noy.
A lot of
Kyle Van
background
Noy.
noise, man.
I can't help it, man. I told you I live with 7 feet. I live with
That's
kids.
true. That's true. That's okay. So Devin McCourty's had 22 solo tackles so far and a pick this year.
Yeah, he's probably gonna beat it without Dante Hightower and Kyle Van Noy. He's probably gonna be the biggest threat.
Okay. So based on the career numbers, you got 624 for 828. This dude has a good open field tackler, and he also has 29 career interceptions.
Yep.
And he started all 179 games. So
Cameron, give your man back the blanket. And I mean, yeah, our defense ain't what it usually is because of the losses we had over the years and all that. But it's hard.
Right, there's still a lot of dangerous people on this roster that we do need to watch out for.
Yeah.
Dante Hightower stands out to me. And when you look at Hightower, you're looking at a 6'3", 9-year veteran, 260 pounds from Alabama. 13 solo tackles this year. And he's a decent open field tackler, 290 for 490 career. And he also boasts 25 and a half sacks for his career. So that's very good numbers. 17 pass deflections, 1 pick thus far. But yeah, you got to watch out for him. He'll sneak up on you if you're not watching to see where he is. Vietnam says Darnold and company have their work cut out for them. Sam has probably never beat Belichick. This is true. Sam Darnold has never beat Belichick thus far. So you have to be playing on all cylinders against the Patriots every time you play these guys. It's a 6-prong situation. It's 5-prong now because you're not dealing with Tom Brady and Gronk. However, Belichick can still beat you in multiple different ways. And again, this may not be the same Patriots team that we've been dealing with, but there's still a lot of weapons that Belichick can utilize. And Hightower is just one of many. So we're going to take a look at a few more. First of all, when you're dealing with the Patriots, you have to have everybody on the field. You got to have a full deck of players before you try to take this team on, especially in Boston. Because if you don't, you're already shooting yourself in the foot. And you've seen the injury list thus far. We're in trouble. 2, you got to have a full 53-man roster full of depth players to battle New England. We do not have that going into this game. 3, which you would normally have to deal with the Boston crowd up in Gillette Stadium. But today we don't have to deal with that. So that's not in effect right now. So today we're only doing 4 prongs out of the 6. The next one is don't beat yourself. And that includes penalties. You have to play a mistake-free game against Belichick. Otherwise, he will expose everything that you're doing. Everything. Even the smallest things. He'll be able to pick it out because this man's had years of experience. He's an excellent head coach. He knows what he's doing. He knows what to look for. And he could hurt you in multiple ways in that way. And the last one is that you cannot come in here into these games without knowing exactly what you're doing with on all facets of their depth chart, because they can hurt you in so many ways with all these weapons. You got to film study. You got to be knowledgeable. You got to be looking for all these plays. And that was one of the reasons that we won in 15, is because we had Luke Kuechly, who was an excellent film studier. And he knew exactly what these guys were pulling. They knew, and this was when New England was at their prime. He managed to actually put Tom Brady in check for a good chunk of that game, to where he had no idea what was going on. And we don't have that kind of knowledge on this team this year. But of course, they don't have Tom Brady anymore. So, I mean, this is still the same New England team in a way. You're only dealing with 3/4 of the equation that you dealt with in 2015. So, going to the chat here. Without those linebackers and a CMC plays, the Patriots are in trouble. They might be. We'll see. Don't underestimate that Patriots defense. Don't ever sleep on the Patriots defense, no matter how bad they look, because they will surprise you every time. It's like our team when we had a decent team and people just kept saying, "Oh, the Panthers are terrible. The Panthers are awful. They're so bad. They're so bad." And then we come out and we surprise them completely with a really great defensive game. And, we're one of those teams that you cannot sleep on, on defense. So is New England. Every year. Consistently. So, we'll see if it's going to be a great game or not. I have a lot of doubts about this one. I don't think we can pull a win out of our hat this time. I really don't think so. Excuse me yawn. It's not a stream if I don't yawn at least once. I would have no answer for CMC. Sam and Chuba have been able to play action all game using CMC as the decoy. Well, see, CMC was featured as 75% of our offense. That was most of our game plan while he was still in. And that's not healthy. We had to switch up the amount of carries we give this man, what we decide to do with this man, to where he can be used as a decoy. The problem is we were using him 80% as not a decoy. And the defenses were like, okay, well, we'll just center in on CMC no matter what he's doing. So that effectively shut down a good chunk of our offense because everybody focused on CMC. But then, wait a minute. We still got DJ Moore. We still got Tommy Tremble. We've still got um, Chuba Hubbard. We've still got all these weapons for when CMC does come back. And I don't think he's going to come back this week. I think they're being a little cautious with him right now. I'm not going to say overly cautious, but I think cautious is the right word. And I think that's the right way to do things right now. Because you don't want to reactivate that injury and keep him out for the rest of the year. So I do believe that's the right thing to do. And Vietnam says just because he's on the field doesn't mean that we will get the ball. Split him out wide and play action that way. Yeah, you could do that. You could do that for sure. I think there's a lot of different ways you could use CMC. The question is, should we use CMC in some of those ways? Because knowing Joe Brady and his offensive game plan, the way it is set up, I don't know, man. Really, basically, he's using CMC as a safety blanket, and that's not the right way to run an offense. I mean, yeah, you can do that, but once you get all those other weapons on the field too, besides CMC, that's where you want to start spreading the ball around. Start using a lot of those options to do different things. He might not come back as 50-50. Yeah, exactly. That was my thought. I think it's more 60-40 that he won't come back. That's the read I'm getting because we saw what happened with Shaq for a couple of weeks there. We saw what happened with a couple of the linemen. They were 50-50 and none of them came back. So, you know, I don't think he'll be back this week. Although, if we want 9 wins, we got to have him back. Period, point blank. This is one we got to win if we want 9. I'd take the risk. I'd bring him back. Yeah, I stand corrected on what I said earlier. I think we should bring him in. We got to have all hands on deck if we want to beat New England. All hands on deck that are available. We got to use them all. Because New England will not hesitate to throw their entire roster at us. They've done it before and they'll do it again. And some of these guys are injury causers as well. They will go out of their way to try to hurt your players. You know, we've seen it multiple times, and they're hard hitting. You know, the way I feel like this game is shaping up right now is it's feeling like a rivalry game. You know, like a Saints or a Falcons game. You know, when either one of those teams is like really really good. You know, it's starting to feel like a rivalry game. Whereas when you had Tom Brady and Gronk, it felt like the Super Bowl. You know, it felt like you were battling a Super Bowl opponent. You know, which it cuts down the threat significantly, but it's still a massive threat. You know, New England is still a division title battler, even without Brady and Gronk. You know, with Belichick and all his weapons. He's still really, really good at drafting. He's still really, really good at picking up the right players at the right time and trading at the right time. Now, what I'm curious about is, since we got Gilmore, who are his other corners? So he's got Jalen Mills, he's got Jaquan Williams, he's got Miles Bryant. So let's talk about Jalen Mills. Let's see what this guy's experience is and why Belichick made. And our season's pretty much over. New England will put up 50 points if we let them. So let's have all our weapons ready to deploy. Absolutely agree. You cannot leave anybody on the bench that is capable of taking it to New England. Also, this is kind of a revenge game, too, because New England has been such a thorn in our side over the years. And to get that win in 15 was just, oh my God, it was so satisfying. You guys have no idea. What was it, 14 or 15? I think it was 14. I'll have to double check that. I think it was 14. But when we got it, man, good God, that was satisfying. And the way we got it, too. Like, come on, man. You gotta love that. I'm gonna take a look at it and see which year it was, because I'm having a massive brain fart on that one. Which year was it? I think it was like, I swear that must have been, yeah, it was 13. It was 13, right? Okay. Yeah, because it wasn't 16, it wasn't 17. Yeah, there it is. There it is. 17. We got that win in 17. That's the one I was thinking of. But yeah, we did beat them in 2013 as well, Monday Night Football. That was satisfying as well. But to beat New England in 17 and go 3-1. Oh my goodness, man. Like, that was unreal. I really did feel like we had something going that year. For a little bit there, man. I mean, you look at this this list here, and we got into the wild card because of that win. Whenever you beat New England and you're on the verge of a good season versus a bad season, that typically carries you momentum wise towards a playoff spot. Typically. Not this year, though. I don't think. We might get into the wild card with 9 wins, but it's very, very doubtful. That's if we take care of business everywhere else. And that's what that reward gets you. And it's tough to get. It is really, really tough to get. Let's take a look at the one we did in 13. Yeah, that was mid-season. 24-20 right there. Massive win right there. That got us into the divisional lead, and we took care of business from there. We ended up in San Francisco, and I'll tell you what, San Francisco is a horrendous place to play based on our past history so far. We've had so much trouble out there. That was when we had Ted Ginn Jr. too. That was the year. But that was the rookie year of Cam Newton. And we started getting a lot of stuff done here in these wins. And it felt great. It really, really did feel great. So we ended up 12-4 that year. But here we are in 2021, and it's not the same Patriots team anymore, though. It really isn't. And 9 wins means we have to win 5 of these remaining games. I have faith for the best, but it is still a long shot without all of our guys back or performing at a Pro Bowl level. I agree. I'm with you. I mean, let's see our remaining schedule real quick, because I don't know that we could pull this off. I really don't. So we get the Cardinals, who's probably going to blow us out by 14. I can see that happening. Washington is a possible win. I can see that. The Dolphins could be a possible win, considering their offense is really struggling right now. But that defense, though, that's what we got to watch out for. That's a trap. The Falcons could be a win in our home stadium, although we have often split with the Falcons. So I don't know, man. I want to say that's a win right now, but based on our past history, we'll see. Buffalo is going to blow us out by 14. That's obvious. Bucks, there's a chance that we could win this game in 16. There's a chance. Small smidgen of a window. But I don't see it. But a split with them would go a long way to helping us towards our wild card hunt. We can beat the Saints. They're down to what? Their third string quarterback now. I think Winston's out now too. So, we got a shot against the Saints for sure. But our past history in New Orleans has not been pretty. So, take that into consideration. Plus, they've got a few players in there that love to cause injuries. So, we'll see on that one. We'll see who's healthy and who isn't at that point. Now, this week 18, the Buccaneers will likely have the division locked up. They'll be playing some subs in there, so we may have a shot. A small window of opportunity right there in Tampa. We'll see. I think we're going to see Tom Brady for at least one quarter, Gronk for at least one quarter, probably an entire half. That's what I would do if I was Bruce. I'd throw him in. This isn't like the other years where you could just play a weak opponent in week 18 and just play your subs and still expect to win. The NFL has changed their scheduling to where it's tougher for opponents like that, that have already locked up a spot to confirm their last win or their last 2 wins. Buffalo and Arizona look like blowouts to me, but 9 wins looks doable. It does. On paper, it does. On the field, not so much. That's where we get a problem because, one, Sam Darnold is still hurt, and PJ's in there, so I don't trust PJ to win us 9 games. I don't trust it. 2, we got other injuries besides Sam Darnold that could hurt us going forward. Let's see. Injuries. And I'll tell you which ones those are. Cameron Irving's injury could hurt us. Jermaine Carter, if he stays injured for long enough, could hurt us. And Pat Eflin can hurt us. Those three are very, very important players that we need against a team like New England, against a team like the Dolphins when it's a 50-50 game, we got to have those players in. At this point, there is no settling. We either win or we lose. Point blank, period. And if we lose, we're out. We lose one more game, we're out. 8 wins does not make a playoff run. We got lucky that one year because the entire league was having trouble in the NFC. Lucky that one year. That ain't happening again. That was a one-time fluke. So if anyone's expecting that to happen again, no. Not a chance. Because the usuals are playing well. So, the usual teams that were battling for a division or wild card are playing well. So that's not going to happen. Tampa Bay will test us to the max. Either we're folding for next year or we're still fighting hard. I forgot all about PJ. Yeah, man. PJ still isn't back to his 19 and 20 form yet. That's what I'm worried about. If he was back to his form of 2019 and 20, I would say, okay, let's see what we can do. I like his RPO style. I like what he does, play calling wise. I liked his accuracy in 19 and 20. There was a lot to like about PJ back in 19 and 20. If we can get some of those elements back this year that he had last year, I think there's a chance we could pull off a few wins here until Sam comes back. And I'm looking at Washington. I'm looking at there's a couple of teams I'm looking at. Let's see. Washington looks doable with PJ. The Falcons looks doable with PJ. The Saints could possibly be doable with PJ in there. That's if he comes back to his 19 and 24. And that's going to be a big if because that fourth quarter, I did not like what I saw. He wasn't quite there yet. He's getting a little bit better than he was in preseason this year, but the decision-making issues are still there, and Matt Rule said something about it, so that's my main concern, trying to get these wins. Is CMC playing? Nobody knows yet, Ace. There hasn't been an announcement yet. I think it'll be a game time announcement, and I think it'll be 60-40 in favor of him not playing. And I would like to see him play. It's an all hands on deck game. We gotta have it if we're gonna win this game against New England. It's worth the risk if you're trying for 9 wins. Now, if the season's dead, rest him. If you're content to settle for 2022 and start prepping for 2022, then rest him. But if you're willing to try to get 9 wins, we need CMC back on the field. Period. Point blank. I don't care if he gets injured again. It's worth it. You can always trade him later. That's the general consensus I'm getting right now is 60-40 that he's not going to play because of all those game time decisions from the injured players that we've had so far this season. The ratio has been 60-40 that don't play. That's how it's been. And you don't get that announcement until right before kickoff. So, there you go. Vietnam says, honestly, PJ hasn't showed me anything outside of preseason plays. And that's a big if, too, Vietnam, because he was overthrowing everybody. It was so bad. Like, didn't I tell y'all we would end up here? And PJ had all week to practice. He has no excuses this week. Exactly. If he overthrows everybody in this game, he's got no excuse. Everybody's like, no, no, no. PJ's the best thing since sliced bread. He'll save us. He'll save our season. He'll resurrect our season. 4 weeks later, I warned y'all Sam Darnold was going to get hurt, and here comes PJ overthrowing the moon, and we lose all these games. I warned y'all. The Panthers fan base don't want to listen, man. I'm telling you. The Keep Pounding crew does, but the rest of them don't. I told y'all we should have kept Greer, man. The rest of the fan base don't want to hear it, and neither does the management. And now the results are on your hands, management. Anything that happens from here on, that is your responsibility. You take the heat for it. I warned y'all. And I hate to be that guy. I really do hate to be that guy in our fan base that has to point this stuff out every year that ends up killing our season. That ends up putting the nail in the coffin of our seasons. And they just don't want to hear it. They overlook my comments and they don't care. They do what they want to do. And look at this, man. Look how many offensive coordinators, defensive coordinators, head coaches have been fired so far. Y'all put this on yourselves. Y'all put yourselves in the hot seats. It ain't rocket science, man. Every once in a while, check and peek and listen to the fan base, man. They might have something important to tell you. I would stick with the YouTubers, to be fair, man, because the YouTubers have done their homework. These people are analytical. All of them are. All of them, not just me. There's several more out there that really do their homework on this team and can spot certain things even before I can sometimes. So, I highly advise the management to listen in, once in a while. Even when you think everything's going buttery smooth, go check out the comments. See what people are saying, man. People are going to point out stuff in week 3 or 4 that's going to blow your mind. And then 6 weeks later, it's going to come into fruition. Just watch. I've been right so many times that it's almost terrifying with this team. And I really, really have hope that this team would prove me wrong on some of these occasions of stuff that I pointed out that would mess us up. I have really hoped that I was wrong. But I'm usually right. And it sucks. It really, really does. And it's the unfortunate part of being able to pick this stuff out, and having those eyes for that. But hey, that's not my fault, man. These people don't want to listen. So that's on them. We should stick to the running game. That's the Patriots' weakness. It is, but how much of a running game do we have? You know what I'm saying? Like, it's an average rushing game right now. Can we get the types of yards out of these rushes that would keep these drives going and set us up for a red zone trip? A red zone trip or two. I don't know, man. I think Joe Brady and the staff are committed to the run, They're going to split the carries up between the three of them. Chuba, Royce, and Amir Abdullah. And we'll see how that plays out. You know, I'm not saying we got any problem with the running game. Running backs are fine. It's just I think we should focus more on the offensive line. Because the offensive line is what's been really giving us trouble. With these blitz packages that these teams keep coming up with and throwing at Sam, he gets rattled like he did up in New York. And those plays don't end well. So, I'm kind of looking at this offense as a whole, objectively. And I'm thinking, I don't know, man. I don't think the rushing game by itself is going to cut it. We got to have some of these passes. And I don't think PJ's up to it. To be completely honest with you, I don't think PJ's up to it. He talks a big game, but his skills just are not measuring up like they did in 19 and 20. But we'll see. Prove me wrong, PJ. Prove me wrong. I want you to prove me wrong. Anytime that I've said something negative about this team, please do prove me wrong. And do the opposite. I love it when I'm proven wrong and that happens. I love it, okay? Because that means good things for our organization are coming. Yeah, at the same time, I was all in for PJ because he looked decent in the preseason, but Greer would have been the correct choice. Absolutely. PJ had that one good game against the Colts, I believe it was, in preseason. I think it was. You know what? We could check. We could actually check. Because these stats are up. Patriots have some huge injuries on defense. Yeah, they do. They do. Okay, here you go. 10 for 21, 161 yards, 1 touchdown. Yeah, so he had a good day against the Colts in preseason. For him this year, that's considered a good day. Because the other games, he was just overthrowing everybody. Those footballs landed in Kansas. Okay? Let's be real. When he threw those balls, they landed in Kansas. They got sucked up by the tornado of Wizard of Oz. And were never seen again. So, I'm just hoping that doesn't happen on Sunday. I'm really, really hoping it doesn't. And that he has refined his technique and and again, like, I was spending like the entire month of spring training camp trying to figure out what was going on with it. And I never could figure it out because his good throws looked the exact same as his bad ones. Same footwork, same hands, same arm, same everything, same technique. And I'm just going, what is it that is making him overthrow these balls? There's no pressure. You're not in a game time situation. It's training camp. You know what I mean? It's drills. You're getting reps. So, I don't get it. I really don't get it. I would love to say I have answers for that one, but I don't. And normally I do. Hopefully things get better as to that position. Yeah, man. I hope so too. And like I've said before, I think Stafford, Matt experience. He's been in the league for years. He's been behind a terrible O-line, but he's still done well. Yeah, he's got some picks. What quarterback out there doesn't have some picks? you know? But yeah, he may not be able to run. That's okay. We can work around that. We could build around that with an offensive game plan. So I thought there was a lot to like about Matthew Stafford when we tried to trade for him. And I really loved the offer that we gave for him too, but it's unfortunate. It just didn't work out. Those doggone Rams. Hmm. Can you imagine? That would have been the blockbuster trade that would have gotten us 9 or 10 wins. Wow. And keeping Will Greer would have solidified it, you know? Man. And we're sitting here at week 9 every year just thinking, what if, what if, what if, what if, you know? We're sitting here again, 2021, what if? And it's so demoralizing for us as a fan base. I think that's the right word, is demoralizing. Because we just keep expecting it and expecting and expecting it, and it just never happens. And it's just like, come on, again? We keep investing our hearts into these teams year after year after year, and it just does not happen. And I'm just like, I'm as frustrated as you guys are. Okay, really, I am. I want the best for this team. I want us to succeed. I got love for everybody from the top down, you know? And I really want to see this happen. So, when it doesn't, you have to sit there and question why it didn't happen. And it's the same problems every year. When you neglect certain parts of the 53-man roster every year, this is the type of thing you get. Added on with injuries and the schedule that we play, it just doesn't add up to a playoff run. It just doesn't. No matter how good this defense is, we could have a top 5 defense. And if you keep neglecting the offense, if you keep neglecting the offensive line more specifically every year, you're going to do horribly. You're going to be 8-8. It's half the picture. You need the whole picture to have a playoff run. And it just drives me nuts that the management just does not understand this. Year after year, we just keep doing the same thing over and over and over again. And you'd think they would learn. We've changed out coaching staffs, we've changed out coordinators, and they just still never learn. We even have a new owner with a new philosophy, and they still don't know. They still don't get it. I myself have put in at least $100 this year into their merch. $100. You guys remember the last time I did that was 2015, and we had a Super Bowl season? Not this year. And that's why my philosophy is, if you do the right things, you put together a 53-man roster that can make a deep playoff run, despite injuries, and we fight through that, and we still succeed in getting into a division lead, then I will start spending money again. Until then, you ain't getting a dime. That's how I look at it, man. That's how I look at it. You're not getting a dime from official merchandise from me. I'll go off brand. I have no problem doing that. I went off brand with these jerseys. And it is cheaper. It is. But we just can't keep doing this every year and expect success. It's the definition of insanity, really. And that's what this management is giving us every year. It's the definition of insanity. It's Heartbreak City every year. We got to do something about that. We got to break the status quo. Somehow, we got to break it. I thought Scott Fitterer was the answer, to breaking that status quo. Not necessarily, but it's a start. I thought Matt Rule might have been the start of that. Yeah, it's a start. But we just can't break through that glass ceiling. For some reason, we cannot break through it. And it just drives all of us absolutely nuts. Because we know there's more there. We all know it's there. All we got to do is break through that ceiling, man. I want it as bad as you guys do. If not more. Trust me. When you invest almost $700 into 2015, you know you're fully invested in this team. You know you are. You are hooked. You are in for the long haul. And that's what I did in 15. And they deserved every penny of it because look what the success brought. Look what they did. That's what we're trying to achieve. That's always been the bar that we've been trying to achieve since then. But we come back and we keep making the same dumb decisions. Will Greer, Effie Abada, Sam Darnold, who we thought was a winner. Yeah, right. I don't know. I don't know, man. I want to keep this. I want to keep the positive energy going right now, but I don't know how. With this team right now, I don't know how. We got so many good players and we're just wasting them on defense. It's just so. It's frustrating. I get it, man. It's frustrating. I'm in the same boat with y'all. I mean, this game is a must win. We can't go in here and expect, be expected for New England to just hand us a win. We got to go earn it. They make you earn it every year. I can't name a single year where New England has not made you earn a win. And I don't think we're getting a win against Arizona. I don't think that's happening the following week. So, doubling back to some of these Patriots players, I kind of wanted to look at Jalen Mills. 18 solo tackles thus far this year. And I think Belichick may have made a mistake here by trading Gilmore too early. And it's not often that you see him make a mistake. Maybe he's got somebody already lined up in the draft that he wants. I mean, we'll see. Maybe he just wants those picks. We'll see. But my question is, can Jalen Mills do what Gilmore was doing? You got 228 tackles for 291. That's solo tackles. Now, you got 1.5 sacks career wise, 42 pass deflections, and 5 career interceptions. 3 of them he got in 2017 with the Eagles. So this is a totally new team for him. He's playing with New England this year. We'll see. Can he replicate those numbers he was getting in Philadelphia? Because he had 48 solo tackles, 49 solo tackles, and 16. Then he had 53 last year solo tackles. So that's 53 out of 68. Yeah, he had 3 pass deflections. He had 7 his rookie year, 14 in the second year, 9 the third year, 7 the year after that in 2019. And then that number started to decrease. That's why the Eagles started to say, wait a minute. Yeah, this dude can open field tackle. But where are the picks that you were getting us before? You know, where's the pass deflections you were getting us before? They ain't happening no more. Is this dude worth the money we're paying you? You know, for the 8 or 9 games that we're getting out of you. So that's why they got rid of him. They said, nope, we're done with this experiment. He was good while he lasted. It was a quick burner. Now, we're going to toss him. Let's see where he ends up. Yo, shout out to Leroy Petty, man. How you doing, man? On Facebook chat. But yo, excuse me. So he ends up with New England. Now what? You know, how does that play out? We'll see. At left cornerback, you got J.C. Jackson. And I have a feeling that's where Gilmore was positioned at, was in left. Now, can J.C. Jackson do what Gilmore was doing? 28 solo tackles, 3 picks, 6'1", 198, 4 years experience, 25 years old, from Maryland. And the answer so far is yes. 107 total tackles out of 128. So that's 107 solo. So he's an open field tackler. He has 40 pass deflections so far. 6 in his rookie year, 10 the next year, 14 the following year, and 10 this year. 20 interceptions thus far. 3 rookie year, 5 second year, 9 the third year, and 3 this year. So he also has 2 fumble recovers too. Excuse me, guys. Just tired today for some reason. All right. That being said, thus far the answer is yes. He can do what Gilmore was doing. Alright, so we looked at him. We looked at a couple of these other guys. Who else do we want to look at? I was told that the defensive tackle position is not that great. You got Davin Godish. You got Kyle Duggar. Let's take a look at Kyle Duggar. 6'2", 220, 33 solo tackles, 2 picks. I don't understand how they listed their depth chart. It's really weird. Good numbers though. They don't list defensive tackles. They list defensive linemen. Defensive linemen, guys. And then you got your right end and left end. We got 1, 2, 3 linebackers in. 4, 5. 5 linebackers set. Is how they run their defense. That's really confusing. I'm not gonna lie to you. Oh, okay. That's 1, 2, 3, 4. Well, the DB is a corner. The DB's a corner. That's a nickel corner. Never mind. Okay. Okay, so that's a nickel corner. So let's take a look at what Mac Jones has been doing this year. 9 touchdowns, 6 picks, almost 2,000 yards, 90.1 rating. Okay. So his rating last week was 70.8. We're not even worried about the Jets game. I'm more interested in the Cowboys. 118.9 against the Cowboys. Against the Buccaneers, 101.6. Then you got the Dolphins one. That's interesting to me. 102.6 in the first week. So he's rocking and rolling right now, man. He's rolling with at least 1 touchdown a game. You know, except for the Jets game and the Chargers game. Not bad. He did look kind of bad against the Saints there. 3 picks. 2 sacks. But consider the amount of sacks here. Consider these numbers. Because that's an indication of how strong that offensive line really is. Against strong pass rushers. You got 4 against the Bucks. You got 2 against the Cowboys. 7 sacks versus the 1 sack versus the Chargers. I was reading the wrong column, sorry. 2 against the Saints, 3 against the Jets. You know, and only half of which actually have decent pass rushing. So, I think that's a weaker offensive line. We could take advantage of that. And maybe get 1 sack with Brian Burns. I could see it. But I could also see New England's tight end taking Burns out of the play and Morgan Fox having to step up. So that's also a possibility. It honestly depends on how they choose to use their tight ends. He has an overall rating of 90.1 this year. I mean, he's having a great year. He's having a great rookie year. I think rookie of the year status worthy, my opinion. But yeah, we'll see. I know Justin Fields is not stepping up to that challenge right now. So I am highly betting it's going to be Mac. Thus, we're going to look at the running back stats now. All right, so Damian Harris. What's Damian been doing this year? I'm very familiar with him because I watched a bunch of Bama games when he was their running back. 118 carries, 517 yards, 4.4 carry per carry, 6 touchdowns this year. Not bad. He had a bad game against the Buccaneers, though. Buccaneers have a strong rush defense, so I'm not surprised he went negative in that game. His strongest game thus far, not counting the Jets, probably against the Dolphins week 1, 23 carries, 100 yards, 4.3. But he also had 2 catches for 17. Yeah, he had a fumble that game, but you can't argue with 100 yards. And then we see him get 18 carries, 101 yards, 1 touchdown against the Cowboys. Interesting scenario there. 1 catch for 7. They're not really using him too much wide receiver wise, but more so as a speed back. More so as a like a screen running back, type wide receiver / wide receiver situation. So you got 14 carries, 106 yards with the Jets, 7.6. Those numbers are inflated. Come on, 2 touchdowns. We know what he can do outside of the Jets game. So, I mean, good running back. Pretty good running back. One of the better ones out there. I wouldn't say he's one of the top 10, but, he's up there. Damian Harris is somebody you do want to watch out for, though. If you let him out, he will get 60 to 70 yards on you. That's the thing. For the entire course of the game. But he'll get it in stages. 6'3", 255 pounds. You're looking at Jacob Johnson here from Tennessee, 3 years experience. They haven't used it because they've been using the other running back. So you won't see anything of Jacob. You won't see anything of Stevenson or Bolden here. It's going to be all Damian Harris. If you see running backs, you'll see just him. They may use Brandon Bolden. I doubt it. 14 carries, 54 yards, 3.9. They'll use him as a substitute if Damian Harris gets tired. But, nothing too, terrifying about the running backs right now. It's Mac Jones. That's the one that can hurt you because well, it'll depend on what Myers can do against our corners and against our secondary. We still have Sean Chandler out there, which absolutely blows my mind why he's still there. But apparently he still is. So if with CJ at this point, going through full practices, but with an injury of some kind. We'll see how that plays out. We do have Gilmore. Stanley Thomas Oliver is on that injury list as well. So, I mean, we're dealing with some trouble over there in that section. So, how good really is Jacoby Myers? That's what we really need to find out. 45 receptions, 426 yards, no touchdowns, 9.5 average. So, he's a move the chains type. And Aguilar is the one you got to watch out for that will actually get the touchdowns. But he's from North Carolina State. He's a homegrown guy. But they picked him up, and he's up there in New England. So, as you can see, nothing really fancy here. Even with 8 or 9 catches, you're still doing with under 100 yards and no touchdowns. So, like I said, just a move the chains type guy. If you need 5, 6 yards, 7 yards, he'll get that for you. He's not going to get a touchdown in the red zone, though. He's not a red zone wide receiver. So, how are they getting these touchdowns? Well, that's a very good question. We got Mac Jones throwing some balls, but, Damian Harris is the answer to that question. 6 touchdowns. So if we can shut him down in the red zone, we got a solid shot at really slowing down Mac Jones' offense. I think there's a lot of ways we could slow them down. That other defenses have figured out as well as us. But it's their defense that scares me because PJ's not going to get very many chains moved, throwing the way he has been. And it'll all depend on the rushing game, which once the Patriots defense figures it out, and it won't take him long because it's Belichick, if he's done his homework, he'll already be starting out with the blitzes in quarter number 1. I mean, and this dude always does his homework. You can trust that. He's one of the most brilliant men in the NFL. He might be an arrogant clown of a head coach, but he always does his homework. In my opinion, I don't like him at all as a person. At all. But putting personal feelings aside, and just respecting his abilities and what he is able to do as a head coach, yeah, I respect the heck out of him in that area. He's one of the best in the league, if not the best coach in the league. None of us can stand him in the Panthers fan base, I can tell you that much, but you know what? None of that matters. Because once you get on the field, you got to try to outcoach this man, and it's just 90% of the time you're just not going to do it. You're just not. And I'm reminded of that Jets game a couple of years ago. I know you guys probably remember this, where the Jets were going to punt in the fourth quarter, and Belichick just says, "Nope, I don't accept your penalty. I don't accept your delay of game penalty." So they go out there, they try it again. And at this point, they're just trolling Belichick. Okay, they are just straight up trying to troll this man, and it does not work. It did not work at all because Belichick just says, "Nope, I decline this penalty again." But you know what? The funny thing is, the third time they actually did punt it. But if you looked at how much time got wasted off the clock, that's the key. That's the key. All right. And Belichick's just sitting over there just smiling, just grinning. And you never see this man grin at all. He never makes any emotional response at all. He's just standing there like Brian Snicker did in the World Series. This man just rarely ever smiles. So if you can get a smirk out of him, it's impressive. And the Jets did it with that specific situation. You could just see him just like, you can see a half a smile. But the Jets managed to waste 2 minutes off the clock with about 7 minutes remaining in a close game. And that, my friends, is how you outcoach Bill Belichick. He didn't recognize it at the time because he was so focused on declining the penalties because of field position. He failed to notice the time on the clock until it was too late. That's how you get this man in checkmate. And there were a couple of ways that Luke Kuechly did that as well back in the day. Because he was very, very good at it. And it was just brilliant to watch when those two were going at it. But if you can outcoach Bill Belichick, and it's very rare, you got a slight advantage for about probably 2 minutes. And then they retake that advantage back. Because he's Bill Belichick. So, and I say that to say this. I am not kissing up to this man at all. I cannot stand the Patriots. Cannot stand them. Okay? They've got at least 4 dirty players that try to hurt our players every time we play them. And these guys are just animals. Can't stand them. Every time we face these guys, it never ends well for our players. Either they're damaged psyche or they're damaged physically coming out of a game like that. And I hate it. I hate it so much. Every time I see them on our schedule, I just want to puke. Oh, God. Every time I see that on our schedule, when the schedule release comes out, I just want to punch my screen in frustration because I know what's coming. I know what we're going to be dealing with that week. Why can't we deal with these guys in the first 3 weeks? No injuries, no garbage, none of that. Where both our teams are trying to figure out who we are. Why do we have to face these guys in the middle of the season and we have an absolute truckload of injuries? These guys are still are settled in now, hurting players, on purpose with legal hits, supposed legal hits sometimes. And not to mention in their own stadium, with Bill Belichick being the most egotistical head coach I've ever seen. And I know there's a lot of people that will not agree with that, but you know what? I don't care. I said what I said. If you've watched his press conferences, you'll know what I'm talking about. This man will not give you anything you don't want. He does not want you to know. Nothing. He holds so much information back from the public, it's ridiculous. And that's strategy, but it's also annoying as heck because you can't read this man. You cannot read him. It's like reading a brick wall. And it's so frustrating when you're trying to game plan around this man. You cannot do it. Okay, you can't. It's like trying to game plan around an expert chess player. You can't do it, man. And I just can't stand the Pats, man. I can't stand them. I can't stand them at all. I hate them a little less when they don't have Tom Brady and Gronk in there, but this New England Patriots fans are obnoxious sometimes, and I'm sure there's some decent Patriots fans out there, but the majority of the fan base are just the third most obnoxious fans in the league. I have to say it. I have to say it because it's true. Eagles fans, Cowboys fans are up there too. I'm sure y'all got some decent people in your fan base. Everybody does. But the majority of those fan bases, at least half of them, are just the most obnoxious people I've ever had to deal with. And I hate to be negative on my own stream, but come on, man. You've seen how Philadelphia celebrated their Super Bowl. Not to mention how they treat their players when they fail. I mean that's the worst ones. But New England's right up there too, man. Every time we deal with New England, I get at least 3 or 4 Patriots fans that are just nasty, man. These people are just egotistical as they could be. Oh, we won so many rings. We won this, that, and the third. It's like, shut up. It's like, we beat you back in the day. In your prime with Tom Brady and Gronk. It's like, good God, man. And these people just don't stop either. That's the thing. Kenny's a decent one, though. And I don't mind talking to him. There's some decent ones out there, but they're few and far between. And I don't mean to disrespect the entire fan base, but come on, man. There's just the majority of them are just pains in my rear end. So, if you're just coming in, you just missed my entire rant on New England, and I cannot stand this team. Here's my thought on this, Matt. You got maybe 2, possibly 3 legit Super Bowl championships in the last 12 years. One of them was handed to you. Seattle was handed to you. Because they were just that stupid. The Falcons handed theirs to you. 28-3, by the way, Falcons fans. We still have not forgotten. But I mean, let's get that meme going again. But I swear I think they cheated in '04 and '05. I swear I think they did. I can't prove it, but I think they did. Once we get to all these games in Gillette Stadium, and yeah, it's just no way. You're not going to walk in there and expect to win. You got to fully earn it with everything that you do. So now we're here in 2021. We got this Patriots team. That's about, what, 2/3 of what it used to be? We'll see. We'll see, man. That's still enough to beat us. You know, even without Slater being used. That's still enough to beat us. I'm worried, man. It's risky trying to go in here and try to get 9 wins on the season against this team. But this game will tell us whether we're ready to turn the corner and try to get 9 wins or not on the season. This game will tell us everything we need to know about ourselves. You know, are we resilient? Are we, motivated? Are we hungry for those 9 wins? Are we legit going to push for the title? Of wild card. I don't know. I legit don't know. I think there's a lot at stake with this game. There really is. I'm going to be honest with you, I don't like it. We could sit here and pretend like we have a shot against this team, but in my opinion, I don't think we do. I think we're fooling ourselves. And that's putting it lightly. How are we going to approach the game plan for this? How are we going to start challenging that mindset of, oh, well, we aren't going to make it to the playoffs. We aren't going to do this. We aren't going to do that. I'm with Twan, man, when he said, stop telling us what we can't do. I want to hear what we can do. I'm with you, Twan. You know, this man made a solid point the other night on his stream. Stop telling us what we can't do. Let's start doing what we can. Yeah, man. Um, that being said, I don't really know where to go topic wise next with this game on Sunday. Let's see here. Uh, so at this point, I'm kind of looking over the dead cap money like I was yesterday, and I'm trying to see if there's something that we can do in the off season that could help us. Um, it's tricky. It really is because there's a lot of these players in here that are solid and yeah, it's stuff that you want to see on our stat sheet for next year. Top 51 cutoff. Okay. What does that mean? Top 51. Okay. Oh, okay. So we got 51 players total right now. That's what it's saying. We could go out and we could sign 2 more right now to fill the 53. I think and the thing that bothers me when we start looking at injuries again, Deontay Brown is on the IR. We got Davion Nixon on the IR. Charlton on the IR. John Miller on the IR. Come on, man. That's key players right there. Do we need? I don't get it, man. I don't understand how these injuries keep happening when they're not even on the field. Dead money. We still have to pay Will Greer $205,000, even though he's gone. This is just nuts. So what are we gonna do with these draft picks? I think it's time we start researching a little bit. All right, so say we keep these draft picks the same way they are right now in the offseason. We don't make any moves. We don't get anybody else, right? Um, I do believe it is time to start uh, looking at who we might be able to draft. That being said, give me just one moment because I did bookmark that page, I believe. No, I did not. All right, so it should be in my messenger. Hold on. Hold on, guys. Oh, Henry Ruggs. Did y'all hear about Henry Ruggs? Jeez, man. Yikes. Alright, let me just pull up that website real quick. And in case you're wondering, David is my new YouTube partner. There he is on stream there. Don't pay any attention to the chats, but thank you. Oh, Instagram account. Okay. Never mind then. Let's do that. I apologize, y'all. Yeah, it's busy. Y'all ain't supposed to see most of this stuff. Alright, so yeah. Bucks. There you go. Salesonlinejersey.com. Go check that out. There's some solid jerseys on there. Including some Super Bowl jerseys. So if you're interested in that, go check that out. $35 plus tax, whatever that might be. Yeah, screw this. Mock draft. Yeah, mock draft simulator. I usually work with the PFF and the Pro Football Network mock drafts. But let's just go through this and let's see what's available. That's what I want. Hold on, let me pause this to make sure you guys can see what I'm looking at. Okay. Good. All right. The Eagles have an 8th and a 9th pick. The Jets have a 7 and a 10. Interesting. Yeah, and see, with that win last week, we just improved to 19th draft spot. So, and look at this beautiful offer right here. That's a 2nd, a 3rd, and a 4th, plus a Seattle 2nd that's been offered to me. And that just goes to show you, like, how important this pick is to me right here. The fact that they're willing to offer those kinds of trades. Now, here's the question. Do you go for Sam Howell? Or do you go for an offensive guard? We got Akeem here from North Carolina State. So, a homegrown guy there. You got Emil from Alabama. You got Munford from Ohio State. Hayes from Oklahoma. Kane Madden from Notre Dame. that's when you go deeper into this. Um, you got Okafor from Texas. I like Okafor. I think he's okay. Um, and the thing is, you're not supposed to really recognize some of these names because as an offensive lineman, you're either really, really good or really, really bad if your name gets called. Let's be real. So, as an offensive lineman, you do not want your name put out there at all. Let's be real. Because if you're talked about on anything other than the YouTube channels or uh, team meetings in anything but a positive way, that's not what you want. So, frankly, I'm looking at I know Ed Ingram is gonna be on the list because of Joe Brady. He likes those LSU guys. He likes working with those guys he's comfortable with. But for me, Marquise Hayes is on that list. From Oklahoma. And of course, I like Alabama guys because they're big, they're strong, they're aggressive. Um, so here's what I would like to do. Because we're in a quarterback situation, say we don't get the quarterback that we're looking for. Say everything goes to the wayside this year, and we get that higher pick. I think Sam Howell's on our radar. I think Spencer Rattler is on the radar from Oklahoma. I like JT Daniels from Georgia. Let's see who else. Who else? Really, not a lot of good ones here that catch your eye, are there? Um, I know some of y'all will have a lot of good options for us to review when we do streams. And what we'll do is once we start doing these mock draft streams and stuff like that, and I'm going to start heavily doing them here soon. Um, Probably starting next week, I'll have a film review session followed by a mock draft session of a stream each week, starting next week is what we'll do. Since we're at the halfway point of the season, it doesn't look like the fact that we're going to succeed. And we're going to play this as we end up in the top 10 in the draft picks. That's how we're going to play this. Because at this rate, that's where I think we're going to end up. All right, so Let me see this. Let me see the guards real quick. We do have Edgar Ingram. We do have Munford. We have Emo. I like Marquise Hayes. I think Marquise Hayes is going to be the pick for us at guard later on. He's not the best guard out there, but I got a strong feeling that Emo is not going to be there by the time I pick. That being said, let's look at safety. Let's look at safety. And you be the judge who you think is still going to be here. Because I don't know who's still going to be here by the time we get to fourth round. All right. Nolan Turner. I don't know enough about Nolan Turner to gamble on a pick there. You know what I'm saying? From Clemson. I don't know. There's a lot of names I need to look up and do some research on. And I'll start doing that next week. I'll start heavily researching next week. And we'll just see what we get. You know? I'm going to spend a couple hours each day just researching. Unless I'm streaming or I've got stuff to do. But I like to at least put in a good number of hours into each week and just research this stuff and make sure that I'm well versed in these players once we start doing mock drafts and stuff like that. You know, I've already done the film study. You know, by that point, we'll know what to look for. You know what I'm saying? And we'll be able to adjust it based on the contract moves, based on the transaction moves, and who we keep and who we don't. We can go from there. But yeah, based on just this offer right here from Seattle, this is a fair offer, man. I will say that's a fair offer. However, I'm looking for Sam Howell. You know, I'm not looking to draft offensive line first round pick. When we got quarterback issues, you know, that's got to be Sam Howell. And they're willing to trade a 41, a 70, a 111, and a second round next year for that pick so they can get Sam Howell. No. Nope. Can't do it. Nope. A 19 and a 104 for a 30 and a Detroit first round pick next year. That's interesting. Interesting, but no. Can't do that one either. Here's the thing. If we end up in the top 10, and Sam Howell magically drops to the top 15, I'm willing to make a trade to drop down. However, it better be a doggone good trade. If I think that Sam Howell will drop past 10, throw some offers at me. You know what I'm saying? But if he's not dropping past 10, which I don't think he will, someone's bound to pick him up before he goes to the top 15. I'm not taking any offers at that point. No. I want Sam Howell. There's some people saying that he may be overrated. But who would you choose? Those people that are saying that Sam Howell is overrated, who would you choose? Throw a name out there. I want to hear it. I want to see it. I think as we progress here, we're going to go higher. We'll definitely be in the top 15. You'll notice that the Eagles have 3 top 10 picks here. 3. That's not good. So we need the Eagles to start winning some games. Point blank, we need them to start winning. They could be a potential contender for Sam Howell. But if we're looking at this list right now, Lions could go after him. Texans could go after him. Jacksonville, if Trevor doesn't work out, could go after him. Giants are set on Daniel Jones. That won't happen. Washington set on their quarterback. That won't happen. Jets picked the wrong guy. So the Eagles are, frankly, our main competition right now, since they got 3 picks. We need them out of the top 10. But we'll play this just like if the season ended right now. That's what we'll do. But before that, we're going to take a small break, because that's what I want to do. And we'll be right back. Hit that button one good time. Hit that like button, please. Please and thank you. Helps me out a lot. Lets me know how many are watching the streams. And that you guys are appreciating the streams and the content in it. But yeah, we'll start that. I don't know why it's doing that. Okay, there we go. But yeah, we'll be back. See you guys in a few minutes. Okay. Mm. Okay, guys. How's it going? I don't know if anybody heard any music during that break or not, but it is what it is. Um, Alright, so what we're gonna do for this next part of the stream is just go by what we know right now. We're gonna assume that all of these players are going to come back, you know, and we're gonna run the mock draft exactly where we are right now. That's what we're gonna do. Is that cool with you guys? And we're gonna draft by position. So let's go. And by the way, if you want to run these mock drafts yourself, go to profootballnetwork.com/mock draft. Really great site. I love it. Okay, so we got one trade offer. Again, no one is taking Sam Howell. I think that's got to be a first pick. Will he slip to 37? No. So we have an option here. We could pick up a 37 here. Be drafting in the second round. Pick up a guard. And have a first round pick next year. In exchange for the 19. Or we can pick up Sam Howell and ensure that we get a strong quarterback for this first round. And to be honest with you, I'm not really sold on these offensive guards just yet. I think I like Marquise Hayes from Oklahoma, who's a 133. You know, I like Tyrese Robinson here from Oklahoma as well. There's some good choices here. Okafor is a good choice too. I like Okafor. All right, so I think Hayes or Okafor for the second pick. Now, where does that leave us with safety position? That means we've got to dive a little further, right? To go for a safety. We got Jalen Foster. We've been very successful with South Carolina defensive players. I think that's an option. I like Pat Fields from Oklahoma. Oklahoma safeties are usually a good bet. You're probably going to get a lot of success out of that. Tyke Smith from Georgia is an option if you can get him early enough. Personally, Ohio State typically has decent secondaries. You got a guy from Temple right here. Matt Rule loves that. Another Oklahoma guy, California, Michigan, and then there's Nolan Turner right there. So I think we, I don't know, Jordan Battle's a really good safety. Tough call here, man. But frankly, we gotta have Sam Howell. I got Sam Howell. Let's just see who pops up the next time we draft. I'm gonna pause it right there because I want to see what's available in the second round. The Eagles have a lot of picks. I think we make our move. Let me see what we have right now. What are our picks? We have a round 4 from the Texans. We have a round 5. Okay. I see. Okay. I say we... This is tough. This is a tough situation here. I really do think we should have moved Robbie Anderson and CJ and just see what we could get for them. I think that they're both worth a third. So we got to move a couple players in this offseason to get that third round back. But let's assume we don't. Okay? Let's assume we pick in the 4th, right? I'm not going to trade up. I'm just going to see what's available. I don't want anything in the second round. So what I'm going to do, I have an idea. You guys might like this, you might not. I want to trade into the third round. Who has an extra pick in the third that they're willing to give us? Eagles. I think we need to talk to the Eagles, and I think we need to go and look at an offensive guard here. Who's still available? Hayes is still available. So I think that's what we trade for then. It's Marquise Hayes. So let's go ahead and propose a trade with the Eagles. I want to give them my 4th and a next year 4th for their 3rd. I think that's a fair trade. Let's throw that one out there. Nobody cares about a 7th round pick. You know, nobody cares about that. You know, a 104, a next year's 4th, and a next year's 7th for that 3rd round pick. I think that's a fair offer. Nope. Decline. Okay. Who else has a pick they would be willing to talk to us about? Ravens. Ravens had a bunch of picks in this round. I like it. 82. Let's try to get him. Let's go that direction then. Again. Same offer for an 82. Decline. Okay, so they're looking for a little bit more. We want the Eagles. Both these teams are looking for a little bit more than we're willing to throw down. Okay, I've got an idea. This is a wild idea, but it might work. All right, so we're going to be moving the 104 for the 3rd and the 4th from next year for the 72, and we'll get a 5th. I think that's a smart play right now because you can always trade that 2nd, 5th up for a 4th. Yeah, you do miss out on the 3rd round, but that's okay. I think it's a fair trade. Considering the fact that we are looking for an offensive guard at the moment, we really, really need one desperately. I think that's the right move to make. All right, now, now we have a choice. We could either go for Emo here or we could go for Hayes. I'm gonna go for Emo because I think Alabama's really had a solid offensive line traditionally over the past decade. So, take it for what it is. I think we go for Emo. But we do have a choice. We could go safety here. We could get Tyke Smith from Georgia. This would be our opportunity to get it. What's up, Dylan? How you doing in Facebook chat? Appreciate you. Shout out to you. So if we miss our chance at him, we do still have Pat Fields. We still have Jalen Foster down here from South Carolina. I think either would be good. I'm not in a hurry to get a safety, but somebody's got to be better than Chandler. I can tell you that. So yeah, I feel that's the best thing to do. What offensive tackles are still here? Okay, we got Warren from Georgia. We got Sawyer from Georgia, Oklahoma. Dylan from South Carolina. Jordan McFadden from Clemson. I do like the Clemson boys on the offensive line. I do. I think those are the right ones to go for. Okay. Then I think we go for Emo. And let's just see what happens. Again, this is assuming and we're going to use that 5th round pick and trade into the 4th. So that's what we're going to do here. We're going to use those 2 5s and we're going to trade it into the 4th. I truly believe that's the right thing to do. Who are we trading with, though? Okay, Seattle's got a couple of picks up here. Eagles have a couple of picks. We could talk to either one of them. Ravens have a couple of picks in the 4th. We could talk to them. Ravens and Titans are also on that list. So we could go for I don't think we're going to get a high 4th if we trade both these 5s. So I think Seattle and Philly are out. Saints have 2 picks. We're not trading with the Saints. Cowboys have a pick. Okay. Let's talk to the Titans about that 128. That's what I'd like to do. That way we're not trading within the division. We're not trading within the conference, necessarily. Yeah, we did move with the Eagles, but that's okay. That was a necessary move. I want both these 5s for a 4. And we'll throw in a 7 for a 6. I think that's a fair deal. Okay, it was the last part, wasn't it? It was the last part. They didn't like that. I see. Okay. Let's let's just straight up trade that right there. I feel like that's solid, right? Y'all happy with that? Accept it. All right, cool. Cool. So we got a 128. Perfect. All right. So what we want to do with this 128 is we want to go after a safety. Because I feel like that's where our needs are most centered around on defense. if we gotta get somebody on defense, assuming we keep everybody. This is assuming we keep everybody now. I like Pat Fields from Oklahoma. He's still on the board. I like Tyke Smith. I don't think he'll be on the board much longer. We got let's see. JT Woods for Baylor is still out there. Nah. Not feeling it. Joe and Foster from South Carolina is still there. Alright, so I think if we're able to get Tyke Smith, we try to get him. If we can't, then we try to go for Pat Fields from Oklahoma. I think that's the play here. I really, really do think that's the play here. Alright, so let's keep an eye on the board. Let's see if Tyke Smith goes. Yes, we are missing out on a tackle. I understand that. Alright, yeah. So we're going to go for either Pat Fields or do you think Pat Fields would still be there? Do you guys feel like Pat Fields would still be there in the 6th? Next round? Because what we can do is we can trade those 2 5s and we can get a 4th and we can go get him. Those 2 6s for a 5 and go get him. We could do that. I feel like that would be necessary. We don't want to reach for him, but at the same time, like, I don't know if he's still gonna. Well, he might still be there at 203. He might. He might. See, we have we had 2 6s and a 7 now. Is what we have. So what we can do is we can push we could push for a safety, a stronger safety, in the 5th round if we choose to. It's a tough call. Do you want a tackle or do you want a safety in the 5th round? Or would we rather wait till the 6th? To me, this is a tough call, man. This is a tough call. We could get our safety right now. I say we get our safety right now. We could go offensive tackle here. Yeah, we could go offensive tackle here. trade up our 2 6s for a 5, go after a safety, and then a kicker last round. That's what I think we ought to do. I am noticing that we do need a wide receiver. However, I'm not seeing much to like here. Yeah, I'm not seeing much that would make me want to jump on a wide receiver. That's my thought. Yeah, I don't know about you guys, but that's my thought. Jameson Williams, maybe. George Pickens, possibly, but I don't know. At this point, we gotta have an offensive tackle, I believe, with this pick. So we got a choice here. We got a few choices here. We can go with a Warren or Jammery from Georgia. We could go with Wanya Morris. I think I pronounced that right. Or we could go with Dylan from South Carolina. And Jordan McFadden is still on that list as well. So at this point, it's a matter of who you would rather have. You know what I'm saying? Like, because otherwise you're going way on down this list, and I don't know, man. I don't know about the rest of these guys. All right, so again, we're gonna play a little battleship here, and we're just gonna guess. Is what we're gonna do. I haven't done any research on these guys before I started this mock draft, by the way. I'm just guessing. I know y'all are probably going to kill me for this decision. If I get it wrong, y'all are probably going to slay me in the comment section, but I don't care. I'm going to go Sailor. We got our offensive tackle. So now we trade into round 5. All right. I want to trade with. Who do I want to trade with? Who's going to give me an extra pick that they don't have any need for? Eagles have 3 picks in this round. I vote Eagles. I vote we talk to the Eagles. And we try for not the 174. Let's try for the 150. See if we can get the 150. I doubt we'll get the 150, but you never know. They've got so many picks this draft. Oh my god. Alright, so I want that one and a 7th. Of course, decline. Yep, figured as much. Alright. Yeah, we traded way too much with these guys. Okay, Titans. Titans, let's talk Titans. Alright, so 203. And yes, I know this runs us out of picks. That's okay. But in order to get this safety, man, we need this. Declined. Alright, so what about the 173? Let's try the 173. That still puts us in position to get a decent safety, though. Or we could gamble and hope that these guys are still going to be there. Yeah. I say we gamble. I say we gamble. I think it's worth the gamble. I think these safeties are still going to be there. Come on, baby. Leave my safeties alone. Leave my safeties alone. And if they do, I've got 2 picks in the 6th, man. We can get a safety, or we can get a maybe something else, man. You know, maybe we can have a little fun with this 2nd pick. Yeah, I'm thinking an edge rusher, maybe. All right, so safety position. This is what's left. At Fields, Oklahoma. Boom, doing it. Like him. Now, what do we want in the 7th? I say since they're not going after kickers, we leave the kickers to undrafted. Let's maybe get a linebacker. All the good ones are going right now. All right, let's just see who's left. I don't necessarily want a corner. Let's see. Linebackers, who's left? There's a Georgia linebacker still out here. It's 2. Okay. Oklahoma. Okay. Skalski. Yes. I like Skalski. He's a solid guy. You can develop him too. Yes. Yes, excellent pick right there. Happy with that one. I'm very happy he's still on the board. All right, so here's what we did. We got Sam Howell, we got offensive guard, we got offensive tackle, we got safety, we got linebacker, and we got a fifth for next year. Now, yes, we did lose a fourth round pick for next year, but it was worth it to get what we got. I like this draft. I think it's solid. You know, based on our needs this year and what we've had to trade away, I think those trades were necessary to get those corners. Did I feel like we needed Gilmore? Yeah, maybe. CJ Henderson, not so much. At the time, we needed a corner, yes, but did we need CJ Henderson, though, as opposed to Gilmore? That's the question you got to ask yourself. You know, how many of these guys are going to actually stay? Now, this is the list without doing any research on these guys and just based on what I know right now. That was my draft. And I like these guys from Alabama, Georgia, and Oklahoma, as well as Clemson. These guys are constantly up there in the top 10 every year. And the reason I took a chance on James is because I really like Clemson's defense this year. I think that Skalski is not getting enough credit in Clemson because of the fact that the team is suffering because of the offense right now. But the defense kept them alive for 3 weeks in the top 10 rankings. I don't know if you guys noticed that, but yeah, that defense kept them in the rankings for way longer than they should have been in there. And that's why they stayed up there. So I really like Skalski. I think he's a solid linebacker. I think he brings a lot to the table. He's a very fast and aware linebacker. Smart. And he can make the plays that you want him to make. Now, I do know him. I don't know much about Pat Fields, Sawyer, or Emil here. I've watched Sam Howell a couple of times, so I can tell you a little bit about him. But overall, I like it. I like this. I think this is a solid draft. You know, this is just from based on where we are. No cuts, no moves, no nothing. At week 9, if the draft were to start today, you know, based on my knowledge without information on any of these players. So yeah, that's how I feel about this so far. We'll know more very, very soon. I think that's a solid one though. All right. It's my friend's cat. So let's go to anybody posting in the Facebook pages right now? That's what I want to look at. Get some reactions. Yeah, I want to see New England's transactions. Let's take a look at their transactions this year. What have they done this year? Apparently, there's a game on right now. Let's see what's going on. Thank you, LD, for letting me know that. Jets and Colts. Not interested in that one. I already know where that one's gonna go, pretty much. Alright, so that'll be on CBS. If you have CBS, that's where that game is gonna be. So if you don't, then I will be zooming the game for you guys. Jump on there, once I post the personal ID and password in the first quarter of the game. You guys will be able to come in and watch. I know LD will be there, so he'll enjoy watching with you guys. So, since he lives in Ohio. That being said, I don't know that there's too much more I really want to do with this stream. We could do a little research. We could run another mock. I actually would like to run another mock. Let's do that. Let's do that. Let's run another mock. I think that would be fun. I love these mock drafts, man. This is fun. Okay. Now imagine we are in that top 10. We have our shot at Sam Howell. Andrew Booth. From Clemson. All right. So we have the option to drop down to 3 picks to a 207 and pick up a 207. 207 is, remind me where 207 is. 207 is 6th round. So we get another 6th. What we do here. Ooh, I like this. I like this because Sam Howell is going to drop a little further than where we are right now. Let's see the other offers. Okay, drop down to 45, pick up an 83, a 2nd, and a 4th next year. That's trade capital. I like it, but I don't want to drop down to a 45. Drop to a 35, pick up a 67 and an 85. Now that helps us immediately in this draft. Again, there's no guarantee Samuel is going to be there past 35. I'm going to take this first trade. Because it makes sense to do so. I want I want a 6th in there. I want a 6th as well. We got to get that 6th round pick back. Shoot. Hold on. What picks does Pittsburgh have this year? Pittsburgh has. This is a really good guide. I'm going to keep referring to it. Okay, so they have a 1, 2, 3, 5. A 6 and 2 sevens. Hmm. Okay. Stop it, ads. I'm trying to read this. Go away. I understand what the Eagles have. I want to look at this. Okay, so that's a compensatory pick for the Eagles. Okay, so the 4th rounder is gone. Their extra 5th is gone. Alright, so what you see right here is what they actually have. So it's a 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, and 2 sevens. Okay. In order to get the 3rd round that we want, a 3rd or a 4th, I'll trade you a 4th for a 3rd. And a 6th or a 7th. Can we agree to that? I think that's fair. That's a fair trade. Done. Done. Good trade. Happy with it. All right. Now the Colts. They want us to drop down to the 40th. We pick up a 75, a 2nd, and a 7th. Can't do that. Falcons want us to drop down to a 46. We get a 1st round pick. Nope. Texans want us to drop to a 35th. We get a 67 and an 85 for a 5th round next year. No. Can't do it. I need Sam Howell. Can't do it, man. I need Sam. Love the enthusiasm, but I gotta have Sam. All right, pause right here because we might be looking to move up. What do we have right now? We don't have a 2nd. We have a 3rd now. We have a 4th. We have a 5th. 2 5s. Okay, 2 5s. 2 5s, 2 6s. And a 7. All right. We're in a position where we can make some moves here. I like this. Can we maybe make a move into the second round? Possibly. Who's willing to move though? Who's willing to trade down? That's the trick. That's the tricky part with this, man. 'Cause I don't know, man. Eagles are going to want their second round pick, so I don't think they're going to want to move. This is tricky. We could try, I guess. I mean, we're in a really good position right now. Where if we skip out in the second round, it's going to be okay. Because we have a third round pick. I think that pick, that one trade that I just made, just put us right on the board. And yes, it did cost us a fourth round pick in 2023, but it's worth it. Look at all these delicious picks that we have right now. Like, this is amazing. I mean, that is how you trade, ladies and gentlemen. If you're watching this on YouTube stream, on VOD, this is how you trade. Proper. Except in the last draft, he wasn't trading up, he was trading down. This man does not use the philosophy of reaching versus, underreaching. He doesn't use that philosophy. What this man does is he just makes the best trade available. If he believes the player will still be there at a certain spot, he'll go for him. He will be willing to trade down. If this man believes that we can't get to a certain player and unless we move up, we'll move up. That's Scott Fitterer, man. He knows and he understands these draft boards. Finally, we have a GM that does. And I'm very, very happy with that. I don't know what system they're using, but I love the PFN mock draft simulator because this thing is accurate when it comes to trade value. It's brilliant. We don't necessarily have to move up. We could. Let's see what's there. We are looking for an offensive guard in the third round. I think Marquise Hayes is a good choice. So our pick in the third round is an 82. All right. So an 82 pick, right? All right. So tell me what's there as far as safety. Let's see. Tyke Smith from Georgia. Not a whole lot, my opinion. Daxton Hill will probably be gone. Linebackers, let's look at it. Christian Harris from Alabama, Oklahoma, Ohio State. So all these good ones are still here. Okay. I'm not interested in an edge rusher at the moment. Defensive tackler Tyler Davis is still there. Look at this. Well. That kind of changes things a little bit, doesn't it? We could use a backup defensive tackle to help out Nixon, since Nixon ended up on the IR. Plus, you know, I don't really have too much faith in our defensive tackles at the moment. You know, considering Nixon is on the IR. So we may want to jump this gun a little bit and maybe start looking at some defensive tackles this early. You never know, man. Because we got one from Michigan, we got one from Alabama sitting here, you know, one from Texas. We got 2 Clemson ones. I mean, hey, I like it. The focus does need to be on the offensive line, but there is nothing wrong with shopping around. You know what I mean? Nothing wrong with it. If you think you can get something good, shop around a little bit. You don't have to take it, but yeah, I do like guard position at this point. I do like guard position. We do have a round 3 pick. We don't have a round 2. Round 4. We have 1 round 4 pick. Okay. And it's a high round 4 pick, so you could be experimental with that round 4 pick right there. You can have a little bit of fun with that. We got 2 round 5s. So if we have to go up into the 4th round again to get somebody that we're not sure is going to still be on the board, we could do that. We have that option. We also have 2 6s, so if we need to go up into the 5th round, we could do that. And that 7th can just be a kicker to make sure that we've got a kicking competition. You know what I mean? Or we can use that on whatever position is most vulnerable after the contract cuts, after all that stuff is dealt with, you know. And we see who we have left, who we don't have left, you know. So one of those picks can be multifunctional. For a position of need. This is the nitty-gritty stuff, man. This is the stuff nobody really cares about watching. But I'll tell you this, man. It's fun for me. This is fun. You know, I've done no research on these players, and I'm just guessing. This is a game of battleship at this point. Where this is a complete guessing game. Where I'm just going by, you know, what colleges I think have the most solid players that have had a history of good players at that position in the last decade. And have been consistently honed in on that. Yeah. I like it. We don't need to go into the second round. We're good. I'm not that desperate for a safety in the second round. I'm just not that desperate. I'd rather have a guard in the third. That's what I would rather have. Happy with what we have. I think that one pick, man. Dang it! Patriots took Tyke Smith, man. Are you kidding me? Come on. All right, Giants want me to move down to 99. Let's see who's here. We could go for Emo here from Georgia. Marquise Hayes is still there. I could see that. Either one of those is acceptable. And I don't think either one of them are going to be taken before 99. So they want a 5th round for a 3rd. Interesting. Good offer, Giants. I like it. It's aggressive and I like it. 82 to an 86. And we gain a 5th. Huh. Ooh. I like both these offers, man. These are both beautiful offers. These are tasty. I don't know. I don't know which one I take here. This one's got me a little baffled. Huh. They're both fun. They really are. Um, oh, the Buffalo one has us only dropping 4 spots, and we gain a 5th round pick. We don't give up any more picks. I kind of like that. A little bit better than I do the other one. Oh, the other one's fair trade, man. That is a fair trade. If you look at, a 5th for a 3rd, and we're moving back, that's a fair trade. Like, I can't argue with that. Can we maybe counter that? Hmm. Um. Because if I'm giving up my 5th, I kind of want something back. I kind of do. Um. What could we throw in there? What would work for us? What do we need? What do we have right now? That's what I need to know. Okay. We have a 3rd round pick right now. So if we move that down to 99, what will we have? We have a 4th right here. We could use another 4th. I'm down for another 4th. 6th. And a 7th. Okay. Or we could ask for stuff for next year. which is kind of what I want to do. Can we get... that's tough. That's tricky. This is playing with fire. Nah, I'm not feeling it. That's playing with fire. In this one, we get a pick, though. You know what I'm saying? Like, we get an extra fifth. So that replaces the fourth. And we're set up. We've had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We could cash this in and get another pick this year. It's what we could do. A 167 maybe. What's round 4? 103 to 142. Got it. I don't know about this, man. We can cash this in, but I don't know. I don't know how it would help us. The 7th we could use as trade bait. Nobody really cares about a 7th, so I can get away with asking for the 7th. And they would have to say yes. I think that's what we do. Okay, decline. Got it. In that case, let's go ahead and accept that. Yeah, the Bills were after a defensive tackle, so that would not have helped us. All right, so we have one offer from the Rams. We moved down to 100. Pick 100. So that's still within this round. They want our 161 to improve to a 141. So 161 in the 5th round. Improve to a 3rd round pick. I mean, a 4th round pick. So 161. All right, so this 5th round pick would be improved to a 4th round pick. And we get a 4th. Interesting. Very interesting. Okay. Would email still be there? when we go after him? I think yes. I think this is a very, very profitable trade for us. We move up in the draft too. That's really good, and we gain a fourth. This is everything we're looking for right here. That's a very good offer. All we have to do is pass up Emo if he's not there and go for Hayes, which is what I was going to do anyway. I like it. I say we go for it, and we just get a tackle with round 4 at 104. Yeah. It's important to put these guys back together, you know? So I think we go from Morris, the offensive tackle here. Hmm. Back and forth. Okay. So, hmm. There we go. So, based on this report right here, I'll read this out for you guys on Facebook. I'm looking at Morris from Oklahoma here, the offensive tackle. Looks might not be everything. Heck, they don't mean anything at all. Lineman at 6'5", 320 pounds, 320 pounds. He has the requisite size to play the position at the next level. Furthermore, he has a muscular build that gives him an imposing physical profile. There's no bad weight on the former Tennessee product. In addition to his size, Morris also has excellent length, allowing him to be proficient in pass protection. Ooh, yes. That's what we like to hear. Morris' muscular build manifests itself in impressive play strength. In the run game, he can comfortably move people back downfield or laterally open running lanes. Ooh. You can put a man in the dirt, and as evidenced in his high school pancake stand statistics, and pass protection. His strength enables him to stun with his initial punch. I like it. I say we put these two together, man. The offensive guard and the offensive tackle here. Marquise Hayes and that guy. I like it. I think that's a win. I think that's a winning combo right there. Then another one from Oklahoma. There's another one from Oklahoma. Okay, Tyrese Robinson. I think that's what we do. I think we take that deal. That's an excellent deal. Yes. Yes, I like it. I like it very much. Mm-hmm. Throw in that 7, and you got yourself a deal. Deal. Done. Excellent trade. Very pleased with that one. That's called doing your homework right there and understand what you're going to get. Now, Would you look at that? Emo's still here. Alright, let's take a look at Emo. Well, he's here, man. I like this. We're not getting any offers now, so we're going for players now. Alabama is an offensive line factory. See? Told you guys. This is coming from an NFL scout, Ian Cummings. Well, in actuality, it's an everything factory, but the offensive line is very much included. Yes. In the past 5 NFL drafts, 8 Alabama offensive linemen have been selected. 8. Are y'all hearing this? Hey, management, are you listening? Stalwart sentries like Ryan Kelly, Cam Robinson, Jonah Williams, Jedrick Wills, and Alex Leatherwood. Oh, not to mention Deontay Brown last year. All appear to set to serve as anchors on their respective lines for the years on end. That's why I think Deontay Brown is a hit instead of a miss. Y'all see this now? Y'all starting to see what I'm seeing? Early on in the 2022 draft cycle, Alabama already has a few more names on their way through the pipeline. Monstrous right tackle Evan Neal is viewed as one of the best prospects at his position. But Akayar, I'm pretty sure I pronounced that wrong. We'll just call him Emo, right? But Emo has some appeal. Playing next to Neal at right guard, Emo boasts several similar qualities to both current and former Tide linemen. It's what you like to hear right there. Let's go get him. And what do we got at 104? We got to pick at 104? Oh, yes. We could get both these guys. 141, is that tackle still going to be there? That's what I'm wondering. Wanya Morris. We still got Dylan if he's not. Okay. He could still be there. He could still. It's possible. 176. We could go grab him. I like it. Are there any safeties that we have to have at this point? Now is the time to scout these guys and find out. Pat Fields at 273 would be the next one, I think. Jalen Foster sitting down there as well. Nothing on Jalen Foster. All right. What about Pat Fields? Nothing yet. All right. And if we miss on them, then what? It ain't looking too pretty after that. Understood. All right. Well, Nolan Turner's still there, so. But again, I don't know much about it. Oh, what? It just kicked me out. Oh, those were some excellent trades, man. Come on. Don't do this. Why you gotta do this, man? Anyway, you guys got a good taste of how I trade and how I value draft picks and everything else. You guys just got a good look at it. Hopefully, if the stream doesn't die. Yeah, there we go. But yeah, you guys just got a good taste of what I've been doing with trade picks. So there you go. Hopefully, that will continue to pay off, and we'll continue to get trades just like those. You know, those were beautiful trades. My God, those were beautiful. Those are the types of trades that you dream of right there. And if Scott Fitter can get those kinds of trades, hallelujah. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on, man. Wow. That gets all our picks back and some. You know what I mean? Like, if these teams are willing to make moves like that, shoo. We could do a lot of damage in this draft if we get those. I'm just saying. I'm just saying, y'all. We can make a lot of noise. Alright, so I think we pretty much covered everything that we need to cover today. Unless you guys see something we need to cover. I think excuse me. To kind of summarize, if we want to beat New England, we've got to get to Mac Jones. That's number one. Number two, we have to play mistake-free ball because it's Belichick and it's the Patriots. Number three, we got to not beat ourselves. Number four, PJ's got to step up. We can't have another game like he was playing in the preseason. And I'm not talking about the Colts preseason game. I'm talking about just the first two, the weeks 1 and 3 of preseason. We can't have that. So you got to step it up, PJ, if you want us to beat him. Next thing is let's try to take advantage of that run game. Like they were saying, maybe there's something to it. We'll see. But I'm not holding my breath. Whenever they say there's a weakness on that Patriots defense, I'm not holding my breath because that can be closed at any week. Knowing Belichick, he'll find a way to do it. You might see something one week and it'll be completely gone the next week. I mean, that's just how quickly he makes adjustments. So, that's a thing that we're going to have to deal with. And lastly, we've got to stay hungry. We've got to stay motivated. If we want this win, we've got to play like we want it. If we don't come out there swinging, if we don't come out there hunting for a win, and it's all in the mindset, you know, if you don't come out there with a mindset of, oh, we've got to get this win, like desperation hunger mode, which is where we are right now, then we've already shot ourselves in the foot. It's already there. You know, we've already put ourselves in a bad position that we're going to have trouble getting out of. All right. That being the case, Brian Burns has to get involved. Shaq has to get involved. Jeremy Chin has to keep doing what he's doing. CJ Henderson or our new Gilmore, our new corner, has to step up. And we've got to find a way to shut down these tight ends because New England is just famous for their tight ends. And I'll take a look at him real quick before we finish up here. Tight end is Jonnu Smith. You still got Hunter Henry. Hunter Henry was getting some carries and some catches. I mean, not carries, but catches. But now that we got Jonnu Smith back, we got 20 catches, 189 yards, 1 touchdown, 9.5. And this dude's been active. Very, very active. But he's streaky. Look at these numbers. He's streaky. He had one good game against the Jets. He had one solid game against the Dolphins in week 1. Other than that, career-wise, yeah, he's solid. 134 for 1,491 yards. 17 career touchdowns. Rushing-wise, he's had 9 attempts career-wise, 98 yards. You know, big whoop-de-doo, right? And we'll look at Hunter Henry real quick. 6'5", 250 pounds, 6 years experience, 26 years old, from Arkansas, 25 catches, 297 yards, 11.9 and 4 touchdowns. I had him in fantasy for a little bit. He's been pretty solid. He's a consistent catcher. He had a touchdown in 4 straight games. Buccaneers, Texans, Cowboys, and the Jets. So he's a red zone threat, really. Overall career numbers, 221 yards. Receptions in 2,619 total yards. 25 touchdowns career-wise. He's consistently gotten touchdowns. So, I mean, beautiful red zone threat right here. That's what Hunter Henry brings to the table for the Pats. All right, so overall, man, we just need to take advantage of whatever weaknesses they have and just stay hungry. I think it's possible. We just got to play like we want it, you know? All right, guys, that being said, I think that should do it for this stream. If you guys would like to see in-game posts and reactions to NFL news, go check out my Facebook page, Keep Pounding in all caps. Also, don't forget to check out my buddy's channel, Underdog Sports, for Kenny, who you heard on chat earlier. David, my YouTube partner, is not in today. He's had some stuff to deal with outside of YouTube, which is fine. You know, I told him he can come and go, so as he needs to. But whenever he's able to jump in here, man, we'll have his expertise and we'll have his knowledge. So, but he is trained to do what I'm able to do, so very excited to have him once he finally gets in here. That being said, let's shout out these viewers real quick, and then we'll get out of here. Also, one last thing. World Series winners, baby. Let's go. World Series winners. You know I had to. You know I had to promote these guys, man. You know I had to. This is my favorite baseball team. It's my favorite baseball team, bro. World Series winners. They got a parade going on tomorrow in Atlanta. I might just have to jump in there, man. I might have to. I heard Ludacris is going to be there. Woo! Luda! You know. You know it's going to be popping. You know it is. Alright, so shout out to all my Facebook people. Leroy Petty, Dylan, Boyd, Lorraine, and Jock. Appreciate you on Facebook. What's up with y'all? Appreciate you, Vietnam on YouTube. Who else? Who else? Ace was in chat as well. And anybody's name that I did not shout out, I appreciate y'all, man. Thank you so much for coming through, man, and checking out the streams. Leave a like button, please. You know, especially if you were here, man. Please show some love. And you know, we'll see you guys on Sunday for the post game. In the meantime, I hope this stream finds you happy, healthy, and well. And I hope you enjoy your weekend. That being said, have a good one, guys. Keep pounding.